A lot of people coming in and out of that area too. People going to ball games, doing other recreational activities. In addition, the gray and the white you'll see surrounding that also identify many of the neighborhoods we have around this area. So looking at the preliminary plat of the Markley Addition where Fire Station 4 is at, and our goal was to create as many lines on this one drawing as possible. But what I'm hoping you'll take away from it, do we have a laser pointer down here? No? Oh, sweet.
Dan doesn't go anywhere without a laser pointer.
Appreciate that. Okay, so the key thing we're taking away from here is that we've got the building right here, you've got Crawford that we're discussing right here, and then there is a drainage area. So this is the whole portion that's being platted here, and we're discussing this road piece right here. So because we're platting this, this is why we have to discuss this portion of the road. Next slide, please. This is probably my favorite slide because this is, I think, a great way of breaking this down. So we have this red section here, which is segment A, and that is approximately 388 feet. That has 4 lanes. As far as width, it's 50 feet wide. It has curb and gutter on both sides. No sidewalks, and the street standards, are they or are they not met? This does not meet interim street standards. So we know even this red portion not meeting the interim street standards, which is what platting is going to look for. B, section B here in the blue, is 254 feet. It's got 2 lanes. It's got varying widths. So we go from 24 to 50 feet. And no curb and gutter, no sidewalks, and it too does not meet interim street standards. To section C, it's a very small piece there in the green. It is 19 feet, it has 2 lanes. Its width varies from 22 to 24 feet. It has no curb, no gutter, no sidewalks, and does not meet interim standards. Section D, which is this little tiny purple section, that is 29 feet in length, 2 lanes, a width of 22 feet, no curb gutter, no sidewalks, and does not meet interim street standards. And last but not least is orange, which is segment E, and that is 1,258 feet, and that is 2 lanes, 22 feet in width, no curb and gutter, no sidewalks, and no interim street standard is met. So if you can't tell, we have a pattern here. None of these segments meet interim street standards.
And if I could jump in for just a second, I think you recall the interim street standard is that minimum standard where we would enter into an agreement with the developer to allow development to proceed at the interim street standard, and then make provision for development at a higher street standard. The impact street language is coming from our comprehensive plan that identifies selected, high traffic, high profile streets in the community to be an impact street aesthetically and otherwise in terms of amenities for improvement above and beyond a typical standard. So on the one hand, you've got the interim minimum standard and the ability to defer improvements. And on the other hand, you've got the impact street, kind of that end goal beyond just meeting the typical street standard.
Correct. Next slide, please. So I mentioned you have several options, but let's start just here with the first one. Required updates per subdivision regulations. These are the required. That means we need to bring Crawford along the frontage up to interim street standards, improve the street, add sidewalk on the south side of Crawford. So Jacob, if you'll go back, we need to address this piece here. The options that Dan's going to go over with you are option 1, which requires an update and added sidewalk to the north side of Crawford along the frontage. So we're still doing the required stuff, but it's required plus another sidewalk, south and north. Option 2 requires an updates and add sidewalk. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Option 1 requires an update sidewalk to the north side of Crawford. Oh, sorry. Option 2, you get the north side of Crawford all the way to Prairie Lane. So we're going to take that past that required frontage and we're going to go further down the length of Crawford. Alternate option 3 requires that we update the street and add the hike bike trail instead of just sidewalks. So we're going from typical 5-foot sidewalk, we're going to go to a bigger kind of trail style like what we see along Magnolia for some of those areas. And let's see, so then option 4 is required update street and add hike bike trail instead of sidewalk along Crawford for that frontage. Then 5 is gonna bring Crawford along the frontage up to the impact street standard. So we're gonna take the frontage and we're gonna take it all the way up. We're gonna design, does it need bike lanes? Does it need multimodal trails? What side? Is there a separation between pedestrian and road? How do we wanna do that? But that's bringing that up to that impact street standard City Manager Scragg mentioned. Alternate option 6 includes everything that was in 5, and then we're gonna add hike bike trail on the north side of Crawford to Prairie Lane. So that's not just the frontage, we're gonna go further on option 6. And option 7 is we're gonna bring Crawford to Holmes Road impact street level. So we're gonna take it all the way down. So we would go from rainbow of color sections to just one solid color, and we're gonna do the whole thing. And up to that impact street standard.
If you would, you might point out the property line, our eastern property line.
Correct.
Some of that extends beyond the property that we're developing.
So it is from
Yep.
here, is right past this drainage pond.
Right about where the box culvert is.
Yeah. Kind of between green and purple. So, and that's kind of been the struggle, and I think why you see so many different options is, all right, well, you improve it to here, but this gets to be kind of an interesting section. I'm sure Dan's going to get more into that, but you've got the box culvert, and there's kind of a narrowing, and then are you going to widen the box culvert, and then how do you come out of that? And so and when we add pedestrian amenities, not that those aren't good, but it just makes that whole situation a little bit more complicated, right? And it's kind of one of those things, if you ever make repairs in your home, you fix this one thing, well, what about this other thing? You know, you change out the box culvert and you put a sidewalk, but man, while you're changing out the box culvert, do you just go for the bigger one so you can do the hike bike trail? When does that occur? Some of those questions. So that's kind of all really kind of the source of how we ended up with so many different options. And like many things, you know, when we're already out there, do we just make those improvements now? We know this is an area identified both in the comprehensive plan and the Live Salina plan for additional residential development. We know we're gonna have families, kids out here. We've got the golf course, we've got the parks, we've got residential neighborhoods already. So as far as where we would put that type of pedestrian infrastructure, we know we have the people who would use it. So that's also part of the question for your consideration today. With that, I'm handing it over to Dan. And of course, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Driscoll. City Commissioners. Try to go through the lots of options. It was something that we talked about a lot as staff, trying to figure out what to present, and so we ended up with the whole thing. So we feel like it does add on, each one just adds on to the next one. So it's a lot on a slide, but hopefully you can just, once we get the different options and costs, we just add a little bit more onto it till we keep going to the final portion. So let's go to the next slide, Jacob. Okay, required costs, as Lauren talked about, the first part is just installing a sidewalk on the south side. We just advertised the sidewalk project, a brand new sidewalk, end of last year. So we had pretty good numbers on that. We utilized, we had a couple low bidders that were pretty low, then we had some in the middle of the range. So typically we try to do estimates for a year, and this year we feel like we don't usually use just the low bidder. So I mean, yeah, this could be less, but we felt like this was middle of the road, $45,000 for on the south side. Let's see. Install sidewalk on the south side of Crawford. We have two of them. Okay, that's right. So A is 300 and some feet, 388 feet. So then we did basically the same thing, install the south side of Crawford for B, which was 254 feet. And then for C, it's not quite wide enough to meet the interim street standards, so we had to add in some street widening there. Utilized Centennial Road as our latest. Cedar Ridge Drive and then Centennial Road, both were pretty recent bids that we had last fall. So we felt like decent numbers on that as well. Try not to use the perfect low bid. Low bid sometimes is not always reasonable, but we used middle of the road bid as well. So that's how I come up with these numbers. And so you'll see they just continue on through the whole presentation. But Install sidewalk on the south side of Crawford, it's basically just the number of feet times the number we used, which was, the sidewalk was $117 a square foot, so it's, just use that same number through here. And then lastly, widening Crawford to the 24 feet, as well as installing the sidewalk, so that's why you end up with $137,000. So at the minimum, for required, for the plat, for what the city code requires for a plat, that we would any other developer, this is about what it would cost to put in a sidewalk and make sure the road's wide enough to meet an interim standard. Next slide, please. Then on the option 1, then we decided to add a sidewalk on the north side, where, of course, in this area, the north side is Presbyterian Manor, and then we go over to Prairie Lane, which is a kind of a newer development. It keeps, so far it's been growing. It's kind of maxed out at this point. Going over the hill, they have to connect their sewer to the east of Holmes, and so they've a lot of coordination in that subdivision on the north side of Crawford, right over here, basically.
So, and both of those are developed to the point that there's not likely anything that would come before us that would require them to install sidewalks?
Right.
That's why we're injecting into the conversation whether we want to install sidewalks on that side of the road at this
Right.
point.
Yeah, with our sidewalk gap matrix that Public Works directors and we've all kind of worked on, this is an area we get a lot of complaints on. I mean, we've seen people cross the ditch here, you know, with pushing a stroller or just walking through the ditch. So, I mean, you can do it, but it's pretty, you have to be pretty agile. And people have asked about that quite a while. We do have a sidewalk, or not a sidewalk, but a trail on the north side of that subdivision that runs along Brookwood, the extension of Brookwood back there. So they have a way to get into the subdivision. That was a good connection years ago to try to get something to them because, yeah, this is a fairly expensive upgrade, this box culvert here. So to put a sidewalk from here to the end, I mean, that's just an option. That gets us a sidewalk gap, which gets us to the box culvert area. So option 1 doesn't get us any further past, but it gets a sidewalk throughout this whole section of Crawford, which we think is valuable to add at least a sidewalk on both sides if we're going to do it. Next option, please. All right, this is actually the cost to that. So then we really just added in a sidewalk, which is really just doubling the sidewalk cost that had on the south side on the north side. So that's how we came up with that, with this cost. Next option. Okay, here's where I got a little ahead of myself. We were doing a sidewalk to here, to the box culvert. Well, in this case, we go to Prairie Lane, which would require extending the box culvert and doing some work on the north side of the road east of our platted area, which of course they've talked about this. This is kind of our line. This is the box culvert area. We're going east of that, and that's where these 29 feet, what do I say? Hopefully I got it in here. Another, how many feet? It ends up being about, so I got it right, 390 extra feet, that's right. So that's 25-foot box extension and 390 extra feet. Next slide, please. And so that adds in, yeah, there we go. I put that out here instead, but adds about $100,000 to this, to the previously alternative 1 cost. So then we're getting into a total of $330,000. That's good option. Let's go to alternative option 3. This is where we feel like we're going to need a hike and bike trail out there somewhere. Putting it on the park side maybe makes some sense. That'd be right in front of the fire station. So that would be on the side of our platted portion. So that's what we did with this option. We added a hike and bike trail on the south side of Crawford. As you look down Crawford, it's hard to figure out which side would be good to put a hike and bike trail on, because we end up running into the bridge and the river at Smoky Hill River. We have a pretty large hill on the south side of Crawford. As you go down the hill, Victoria Heights is pretty much vertical there, so it'd be pretty hard to put a hike and bike trail or a sidewalk in that area. So Jim and I talked a lot about this, going, well, it should be on the south side. Yes, but eventually we have to go to the north side. So then, well, should we put it on the north side now? So anyway, this is the alternative of putting it on the south side, but we will go through the costs on this and then talk about the being on the north side here on the next slide. So this just adds a sidewalk, really just doubles the cost for the south side sidewalk from one of the further options. So that's why it's a little lower than the last option we just saw. Next slide, please. Okay, and this just sides, we don't know what side to put the hike and bike trail on. It would really work well on both. So Mike thought, let's just put that option in there. So here we go. We added a hike and bike trail to both sides of the road here, just in front of this platted section. And that gets us a 10-foot, at least we do have 8-foot sidewalks or hike and bike trails in town along Iron. So sometimes in developed areas, an 8-foot really serves pretty well. It's pretty good purpose for that as well. So if a 10 can't fit, then we could probably get an 8 at least too. So those are some of the options. But at this point, we estimated a 10-foot sidewalk. Next slide, Jacob. So yeah, there's doubles the cost of the sidewalks in here. Let's see, hike and bike trail. All these costs should be kind of doubled from what the previous costs were for the 5-foot sidewalk. Now they're just a 10-foot sidewalk. $379,000 total. Let's go to alternative 5. All right, this is just saying, okay, since we are at this point in our development, we've got development on the north side, we have development on the south side with the fire station. Why not just bring this thing up to impact street standards? It's about time. Crawford is one of our entry points into town. Really an impact street in this case, it's not going to be a real large street. Centennial Road is our latest impact street that we're building in South Salina, and it's just lane widths for vehicles, plus some bike lanes, plus hike and bike trail and a sidewalk, some decent aesthetics, some lighting. So that really gets us the impact street standard in this case, because there's only 1,500 cars a day east of Markley. So it's just not a large bunch of traffic yet. And as we've talked about over the years on what are the triggers that might get us to going from interim to complete street or the full street standards, well, it seems like by the time you get to 7,000 cars, that's when you start seeing the need maybe for that. And in this case, it's hard to say that would ever happen, because really Crawford kind of dead ends at Simpson, so it's just not going to go a lot farther. We've got 4 lanes coming out here, and most people are going south on Markley. That's where what happens here. We've got 4,400 cars west of Markley, 1,500 cars east of Markley. So it's hard to believe this road's ever going to need 4 lanes all the way out to Simpson. So if we did an impact street, we would really just have to transition this A, B, and C sections into something that can really just handle the curb and gutter, the lane widths, this pavement section, how thick the pavement should be. So that's what we had to estimate into what would bring this section of road up to impact street standards. So go to the next slide. So yeah, a lot of these things you've seen already, installing the sidewalks, but installing widening Crawford and then installing full curb and gutter doesn't seem like a lot. But I took the length times our Centennial Road costs and put them in there. So it would take some work to widen the road and get a curb and gutter on there and do some sidewalks out to the side and kind of level out the right of way. So that's the cost we came up with. The big cost really is section D, because you can't do all that work and just neck it back down to 22 feet over a box culvert that drops off the edge of the road. So then we have to definitely put in the box culvert extension here. So that's what this option includes, 50 foot of both side box culvert extensions. So that gets us close to the $500,000 mark here and this is just in front of the developed property, the platted property for the fire station. Next slide, please. And this one is really just option 5, and putting a hike and bike trail on the north side, and just taking it all the way to Prairie Lane. So this makes our this section D really, and then extends it all the way out to Prairie Lane. So next slide, please. Adds more cost to that. Let's see. In this case, I have a 30-foot box extension on the north side. Could you go back just a second there, Jacob? Okay, alternative option 5. Okay. I'm wondering if I didn't get this one right. So go to the next slide, because it seems like we should be widening that whole box the same as before, and I did not do that here. It doesn't look like. I had it on the north side, but I didn't put it on the south side like I did on the previous slide, so this one is not quite right. But the idea is to carry a hike and bike trail on the north side all the way to Prairie Lane. Next slide, please. This is the last, really bring the whole section all the way to homes up to impact street standards or complete street impact street standards. So Holmes is about another quarter mile from here over. Is that a half mile? Let me make sure. I was thinking I had the number in here. Yeah, 1,200, yeah, quarter mile, 254 feet. So Holmes right now is pretty narrow with deep ditches off both sides. So it's not a lot of traffic, but it is something that if we were going to widen it and bring it up to impact street standards, it would probably end up, we think, like we said, Centennial. And so we would just carry that, widen the box culvert and just carry that same section all the way over to Holmes. Holmes is kind of our latest, I guess, area that people are starting to develop to. I mean, Magnolia Hills next phase is going over
Holmes
there.
the city limit line?
Kinda. It's there's if you look at the line, it follows the center line of Holmes, north of Crawford. Yep, and then it comes back over along Brookwood, and then it goes back out to Holmes as you get up to Holiday Resort up there at the corner of is it Country Club in Crawford. So it kind of jogs back and forth there, and then as you go south, similar situation. It's north of Magnolia. It does follow the. Trying to remember how far we have. We have some area where it goes to the center line of Holmes, but the majority of it south of Crawford is in the county. So the city limits just. Thanks, Jacob. That probably. This is what I was talking about here. This is the jog north of Crawford. So Holiday Resort, Schooler Elevators here, of course, the Pines, and then this is the Pheasant Ridge Addition. But as you go south, it really doesn't. I guess what happens here, Jacob? Could you move that thing up a little ways? So I guess it looks like Magnolia Hills Estates has annexed all the way over. So there we go. And then Wheatland Valley's property looks like it's annexed. So we've got a portion kind of in the middle of this 2 mile section starting here, or actually starting here. Okay, so yeah, it's the church, Magnolia Hills Estates, Wheatland Valley, goes to the center of Holmes, and then it goes, this whole section up to Crawford we're not halfway with that yet. But as Wheatland Valley's talked about and Magnolia Hills has talked, both of those two are interested in, they're headed to Holmes. So we feel like, and then really to be fair, our best storm sanitary sewer system is out here. This is the place where you can drain gravity all the way to the interceptor line out that way. So all the sewage flow from about the high point on Crawford here goes this way, and so the big interceptor sewer is out there, and so that is the long-term residential development that Lauren talked about for Salina. Really, that's the comprehensive plan has us moving that way. So that's why the idea of making Crawford good all the way to Holmes has some merit, because we feel like that's where development's headed. You can go back to the slideshow if you want, Jacob. So yeah, then we get into bringing Crawford all the way up to impact street standards. It says complete. I think that's supposed to say impact. Full curb and gutter, 1,254 feet. Next slide, Pete, please. Gets us almost to the $2 million mark. 50 foot box extension there. Sidewalk on one side, hike and bike path on the other, all the way out to Holmes. So, lastly, the next slide is really just kind of a utility slide I stuck in there at the end. That is not in your plans. I just thought it'd be something that'll come up. And I don't know if Martha is Martha here? No, Martha's not here. She's not here today. She'll be here tonight. She'll be here tonight. She's just not here for this. But that is something that got brought up with the development around this area. Here's the water line kind of that ends kind of right in here and goes to Prairie Lane. There is the green interceptor lines. That is the big sanitary sewer line that's really where once we get over the hill, that's where all of the sanitary sewer water is going to go. And so if somebody does develop either this property here, which has been talked about for years, Todd Welsh has a lot of has this property, they're looking at this property as well. Eventually, that's where this will end up out there to the sewer line. So there'll be extensions for sanitary sewer probably headed this way. Water line loop would be something that would be a fairly big project out here. It's been talked about as well before, but you can just see it's void of really any utilities yet. But at some point, that's where development is headed. So I didn't think we could fill up an hour and a half. Looks like we're not going to, so I guess we can talk a lot about questions though. I'll need to talk about.
So I'm repeating myself a little bit, but if we treated ourselves like a private developer, the one to know what's the absolute minimum I have to do today, that would be that interim street standard. But then the premise would be there'd be some agreement and a timeline and a threshold for improvement to the fuller street standard at a later date. Then on top of that, with the development that's already happened on the north side of Crawford, whenever that happened, we as the city would be looking at as a city at large improvement and expense that we would typically fund because the development's already happened on the other side of the street. So that's kind of why we started with that interim standard, kind of the minimum standard, but recognizing that at some point down the line, the expectation of the developer / ourselves would be to meet a higher standard. I think the full development out to homes, we could certainly do that. We might be able to try to set that up as a benefit district with cost recovery, but I kind of view that as informational. How much might the full meal deal cost? Not necessarily something that we would want to pursue today, but a lot of options, a lot of details. So I'll stop talking and I expect you might just have mechanical questions to start in terms of the road segments and improvements, but we'll be happy to try to answer any questions you have and then facilitate some conversation.
Questions or comments?
Do either the, excuse me, or of the three property groups on the north side of Crawford have any obligation to put sidewalks in as part of their development?
The north side, no.
Okay.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but Presbyterian Manor and Pheasant Ridge, go ahead, Jim.
Could you go to the bigger, where we see the whole thing, one more there, Jacob, one more, there we go, that'll work. So here's Pheasant Ridge, or Prairie Lane, Prairie Lane. Mm-hmm. But I just don't know, there is a possibility this last section hasn't been platted yet. Todd Welsh is to the last, I don't know, a couple hundred feet that hasn't been platted. So if that actually did get platted, then they would be required to put a sidewalk along the frontage, possibly. It's a very short amount. I guess if you could keep going, yeah, there you go. This portion here. Yep, right there. I don't think this has been platted yet. They tried to, but they couldn't get it done without the developer over here, and it just didn't work out. So that could be the only place where they'd have some obligation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and my answer was stopping at Pheasant Ridge.
Yep, that's true. If we stop here, no one's got any obligation anywhere in this area. Correct.
All right, and as far as
I'm sorry, Jim may have more to add to that first question, if that's okay.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, Jim Toich, Director of Public Works. So I guess I had a couple of observations that will touch on the question that was just asked. Dan had mentioned the sidewalk gap. This particular area, out of the 600 sidewalk gaps that we have recorded and analyzed, is the highest scoring gap. It's tied with several others, but it is the highest scoring gap that we have for a number of reasons. It's an arterial street. It's located near an area where we have known pedestrian traffic. It is access for walking and biking to the park and those kinds of things. One of the scores that you can earn in the sidewalk gap matrix for a particular gap is if there is an availability for cost share. So when we evaluated this, we felt like it would be in our interest and it would benefit them as well, but we think that there is at least the opportunity to have a discussion with Presbyterian Manor about some sort of cost share for that particular portion of the sidewalk gap. Dan also mentioned that we had seen people out there walking. I was meeting with a citizen. I was standing at the end of Prairie Lane on Crawford, and I watched a young man pushing his child in a stroller, and he tried crossing the culvert and realized that that was not a very safe thing to do. So then he proceeded to slowly lower this thing down that very rough drainage passageway and then try to force his way back up the other side, and it was challenging. So we certainly see that there is a need for crossing that culvert and trying to connect Prairie Lane from my observations. And then the last thing I wanted to point out was Dan had mentioned that we had installed a trail to the north side of Presbyterian Manor, and I just wanted to point out that while that is a benefit and much of the year it's good, like currently that trail has limits. There is a low water crossing there. There is a farmer's field that we have to negotiate to get access to clean that out, but it currently goes underwater and gets muddy and mushy, and it happens. That's why that young man was trying to cross out on Crawford, because that trail was not passable at that time. We've looked at different ways that we might try to fix that, whether we go under the road or whether we put some kind of elevated pedestrian bridge across that crossing. We have been looking at ways to resolve that, but I wanted to share with you that there is somewhat of a seasonal problem with that trail that we currently have to the north. That, and it is a trail. It's much like the Levee Trail, and pushing a stroller on that kind of trail is not something that's easy to do. Thank you.
And just information on the south side of Crawford, east of where the firehouse would go. Well, I was talking about building a sidewalk to nowhere, but is there anything planned east of that property in the foreseeable future?
There has been development interest in that property, and Ms. Driscoll may be able to speak to it better than me, but they're off and on, different individuals have indicated development interest. So I think in keeping with our comprehensive plan and what we know by way of conversation, don't know the timing, but we think it's likely that that would develop eventually.
Yeah, I can tell you within the last 18 months, all three of those, of the 4 corner properties, the 2 that the mouse cursor is on and this lower one to the south side of Crawford have all had active residential things. So these 3 have all had active residential development inquiries on them. This one actually changed owners, a group of owners who have expressed an interest in going residential in that area. So, and I know both these have an interest. Some of the challenges are with Holmes Road, and during COVID, when we were at the Capitol kind of advocating for different funding sources, we pitched Holmes Road as a project to try and get funding for, because upgrading that road under our perimeter road policy is fairly expensive for those developments. And then also in particular for these 2, they kind of have to work together. One needs the other to get to sewer, and this one needs to get to water. And so bringing that piece there, this developer will need to do to get, and that will help this one get access. And then the sewage is over here, as Dan Stack mentioned, so they have to kind of work together. But that, I mean, literally within the last 6 months, Dean and I have both met with those owners to discuss that. And then this one has also been active. This one's a pretty interesting property. It's very large. It's a 40-acre parcel under a trust, but it has things associated with it that make it possible to be developed someday when the time is right. So, yeah, we've identified this, whether it's in the comp plan, the Live Salina plan, as one of our highest growth areas. It's where we have utilities just about there. They're not smack dab in the middle, but man, could we get them there. And it's kind of general open ground that if you're going to grow residential, it's a logical place, and we have some space to grow.
One thing I had forgotten to mention also is for a long time, we've been looking at this because of the sidewalk gap analysis that we did. But whatever we do, if we do that, if we add sidewalk or hike and bike trail on the north side, I think it would be reasonable to expect that there would be at least some additional future cost, because I think we would want, on a street like Crawford, we would probably want to install a hawk system for a signal crossing, which is something, more than an RRFB, like what's out in front of the city-county building, but something less than regular pedestrian signal lights. But it would be appropriate for that style street. Typically, a hawk system, we think, is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 to $60,000. And that would assume that we are trying to get pedestrians, bicyclists, families, whatever, over to the ball diamonds and to the park.
Is the Hawk system what is currently there just east of Crawford or east of Marymount?
East of Marymount.
It's that new one that got blown down. Jim, do we put a hawk back on that? The one by Fairdale there?
I am struggling to remember. I don't think that's a hawk.
The one by, the one on,
No, I think it is. No, maybe it is.
It's the deal with the three.
Saint-
It's the deal with the three lights.
Yes, it's like the one by Kansas Wesleyan on
Yeah.
Cloud. Yes, like that's a hawk system.
And that's the same one that's up on Crawford.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is.
And I have never seen one activated.
in part, that's the point. They don't cycle, they're activated by a user at the time, correct?
Right.
Because
That's correct.
I've had comments, people tell me, those lights aren't working.
Yeah, they work just fine. If they're not working, that's good for the motorist. If they're all blacked out, they'll only engage into almost like a railroad crossing flashing pattern when someone depresses the button in order to cross that street. This would also be what I would recommend for Magnolia by the soccer fields. If we end up doing something on that side of Magnolia in the future that has enough traffic where we want to make sure that we're safe, and the Hawk system provides much greater, awareness to the motorist than like an RRFB would.
So would there be a traffic signal for the fire station for the fire trucks coming out, and could that be incorporated somehow into a crossing?
We weren't planning on it.
Yeah, Dan is shaking his head no. I'm not aware that was part of the Fire Station 4 plans.
There's less traffic there than on Marion.
Not enough traffic. Okay.
Do we have the fire trucks exiting on Crawford or onto Markley? Onto Crawford?
Crawford. Yep.
And I look at staff, what's our funding mechanism for this?
I think,
These
number
project-
one, depending on which option we pick.
Well, I
but,
guess that's my question.
I think it'd come out of both, possibly the annual street budget as well as reserves, but I'm hopeful that, I have every reason to believe that we're basing our estimates on solid numbers. There's going to be some time that passes, so I'm just a little concerned that the number may go up, and Dan kind of identified a possible cost increase, but even so, if we're in that 500 to 750 range, I think between annual street budget and reserve, we would be able to fund it.
I personally do see a need for the sidewalk on the north side, since you have residential up there, and with the box up there, that makes a lot of sense. It almost seems like the sidewalk, which we have to put in on the south side, almost
Yep,
won't be used as much as the sidewalk on the north side.
correct. That's tough.
At the moment, if that other property to the east develops, that, foot traffic could change, but that could be considerably out in the future somewhere.
Yeah.
It was the end of last year. We had our developers come in and talk about phasing those sidewalks in. I guess we could try to convince ourselves to do that on this one, but this one at least connects to a park, so we have something, right?
Do we have anything wider than a regular sidewalk on the north side of Crawford, all the way down to Marymount? I mean,
I drove that this morning. It looked like regular sidewalk that ended. Yeah.
And some of that's back of curb sidewalk as well,
Yeah.
which makes it feel tight.
Most of it's back of curb.
Well, and I think whether it's a sidewalk or a hike, bike trail, or both sides of the street, some ability through crosswalk to connect, out this area, you don't have a lot of what we would call like neighborhood commercial. And so that intersection there where we were talking about the Quick Mart, there's also a mini mall in there, and there's one more piece of property in there that's up for kind of transitionary commercial development. So if you want to run and get, a jug of milk or some of those kind of dry cleaners or a nail salon or what we would call neighborhood commercial uses, they're likely to be at that intersection. So from a planning perspective too, in this type of setting, we also look to see, do we have pedestrian amenities getting people to kind of those destination places? So when we look at destination of a park, we look at destination of neighborhood commercial, these sidewalks also work to help us achieve that. And both Dan and I, as citizens, happen to live very near that intersection and drive it on a regular basis, and I will tell you that light flashes a lot. And there are a lot of people coming from the apartments back and forth to that gas station. There's actually a lot of kids. So with Meadowlark just in that neighborhood right behind there, I foresee you'd have a lot of traffic through there, so a crosswalk would be ideal.
I guess my other concern about a hike bike trail on I'm assuming the north side right now, does it make sense to have it wide for 400 feet and then narrow down to nothing when there's another big destination west, which is Bill Burke and the levee? I mean, to truly build a connected system, that hike bike would have to probably go another mile west.
Yeah, which there's property and topographic challenges at that point.
Right.
There's quite a bit of elevation change that the sidewalks kind of cut into.
I think from the hike and bike trail perspective, at least where my mind was going, would be to connect those residents on the north side of Crawford all the way through Markley, knowing that our goal is to eventually build out East Magnolia, and then that connects to a hike and bike trail, which brings them all the way down Magnolia, and then onto the hike and bike trail in Ohio and over to 9th Street. So that's a really big piece that, this is one step in that puzzle.
So it's more to get them south from that intersection at Markley and Crawford rather than west.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they could connect to the sidewalk, it just wouldn't be hike and
Wide.
bike trail width.
Would be nice to get some separation between the curb and that sidewalk on Crawford. It's not a comfortable place to go walk.
Where would you propose having the crosswalk at in that area?
I feel like it'd be great if we could have it just the east side of Markley, because as we talked about, 4,400 cars versus 1,500. A lot of people are coming out of Markley or they're going into Markley, so they're not going to feel the impacts near as much as just being on the east side of this intersection here somewhere. So it's currently here, which isn't very good. This would probably be what would seem to be much better than this side.
There may be some efficiencies that would motivate us to combine the exit from the fire station and the crosswalk, though.
True. That's a good point.
I think that's worth taking a look at.
That's a good point. Make a signal that works for both. So then that would end us up over, here's Markley, here's the fire station. The exit for that will be around this area. So their drive will be right around here, I believe.
I think that's a good idea, to plant a signal of some sort right there where the station is. And my big concern is, I've driven this hundreds of times, is that where it narrows down to the culvert.
Yeah, right here.
I really think we need to, while we're doing it, address that.
Extend it, okay.
And
Makes pretty good sense.
I don't know if you'd go out to the church, or what's that street
Prairie Lane, yeah,
That's
that's
Prairie
kind
Lane.
of, this is Prairie Lane, that's kind of, we talked about at least getting a sidewalk to here.
Yeah.
For the time being, at least this gets us to there, gets us interim street standard to here, gets us a box extension there.
Because that's currently 2-lane and there's not a third turn lane there, right? Correct?
Correct.
Now, if we were to widen that, would there be a turn lane? How would that?
Again, with the traffic, we don't feel like a turn lane would be necessary there, so
I
it'd be
just-
quite a bit more to add a turn lane there, because you can get, it's currently 2 lanes, you can get 2 lanes with some shoulders at least, or 2 lanes with some clear area, better slopes in the ditches. Yeah, I guess at this point, I wouldn't think there'd be a need for a turn lane there yet.
So all the water coming off Markley and the ball fields goes through that
Right
culvert.
through here, yep. Yeah, it's interesting, as we've looked at this, Justin Owens is here today, he's Caw Valley's doing our plat for this, and they've looked at the drainage in that area. A lot of it ends up in this pond, but it's kind of almost split. The stuff that's on the backside of those fields tries to just go straight through, so we're still looking at trying to figure out how much do we want to actually put in here and how much do we want to just send right through, so we're trying to balance that approach right now. It's just a 5x5 culvert. It's not real big, but it's still a box culvert, but it's not enormous like some of the culverts we have in town.
So I guess from a staff perspective, if we go through these options, we've talked a lot about the type of sidewalk, what side the sidewalk goes on, but I think one question that helps kind of eliminate some of the alternates is going all the way to Prairie Lane. Is that something, I mean, most of these options are gonna take us to the box culvert area, but do we keep going all the way to Prairie Lane?
Absolutely. For
I'm in
me,
agreement.
Yeah.
I think so.
So if we go that route, option 2 and 6 both include Prairie Lane. Can we decide, is alternate option 7, which goes all the way over, is that on the table or off the table?
To me, it's off the table for the cost.
Okay, we'll put that one in the parking lot.
I'm going to put Dan on the spot just a little bit. Option 6,
Yep.
you identified possibly some additional
bust.
cost.
Identified a bus, and I added it up at $636,000. That's section D. Go to the next slide, Jacob. That's supposed to be $143,000, just like on the previous option 5 slide. So if you add 120-ish to this, plus this, looks like it was not quite right either. So I got it to about $640,000. Write that in there for now. So when you were talking about 700, I thought that was what you were referring to.
Yeah, that's with the hike and bike trail.
Correct.
On the north. Subject to bidding, inflation,
Sure.
passage of time.
Yeah.
So timeline to do this is soon?
Well, it's the plat for the Markley Addition. That's the fire station. We're still a few years out on that being built, but it is something that we can start looking at programming in.
Their final plat is ready to go forward. So as soon as
Right.
we make this decision, then that platting action is there. And then it comes down to timeline related to construction, which I think Deputy City Manager would.
Yeah, so we have a two-phase approach here with this project. So we've hired WSKF to do kind of a cost analysis and a preliminary design on the fire station, and then go through all the land use processes, and they're through that process. Right now, I've got a cost estimate back. I'm working on getting an agreement for phase 2 of that, which would be the final design, and then bidding and all the actual projects. So I anticipate we'll have something back to the city commission here in the next month or month and a half that says go on the design. We'll have a timeline with that and everything as well, and present that when we have it. I just don't quite have it yet. Now, I will say, costs, as everything, costs are higher than expected. When we started this process, we budgeted around $5 million in 2019. We thought we'd be around $9 million when we started the process with WSKF. The original design that they brought back, kind of the whole thing, everything the fire department wanted, was over $10 million. We've ratcheted that back a little bit, and we think we're at a workable place that's a little bit more than $9 million. So have all those details for the city commission soon as they're prepared and ready to bring back. So hopefully in the next 45 days.
So then we try to run these in tandem. But obviously, we'd have to make a decision on fire station number 4, get that budgeted, and then confirm whether the governing body wishes to proceed. Then we'd try to run both of these so that they sync up.
Yeah, from staff's perspective for this project, we have West Magnolia we're working on. We have East Magnolia we're starting, Iron Avenue, hike and bike trail along Iron Avenue with some work along that. So we do have a fairly full slate, I guess, of projects for the next few years. So I guess it would be helpful to, does this project outrank any of those as far as, or that's really going to be the question. This one may be a little easier to do. I don't know. It's just hard to say which one of those is actually going to rise to the top, as West Magnolia has a lot of coordination with many things. East Magnolia we haven't even started yet, but Iron Avenue is just more of a maintenance project. And then this one, where does it rank? So those are just things we'll be talking more to you about, I guess, if this is something that we want to do from today's discussion.
Yeah, and as we said, a portion of it is required cost
Yes.
just to get it up to standard.
Yeah,
So
gonna have to do some.
there's a
of it
little
at least.
bit. Just it depends on whether we want to do just required or kind of the full deal.
Well, I think I am in favor of this alternative 6 with the hike bike trail.
That's
You
where I
know-
land as well.
Yeah, and that north side, south side, that's, I think south side, that's where all the activity, the park, the ball fields, all that. And I understand the logistics with the housing being over there, so.
And there are folks out there, right now, it's just not safe to be out there. And I think it's one of those things, they're already there, but build it and more will come. But it solves problems that we know we have, and just to put a little Band-Aid on there and still have the big structural problem with the street narrowing. We're gonna be out there working, might as well fix it all at once.
So just to be clear, option 6 would improve the roadway essentially that adjoins our frontage, so to the property line, the box culvert, and then would extend hike bike trail further east to Pheasant Ridge, Prairie Lane.
Prairie.
So then, based on costs, option 1, which required, the required one, as Jacob mentioned, is $137,466. If we go to option 6, that Dan just went over, that cost of $630,000-ish, we're basically $500,000 plus above what was required of us. So that's the investment we're making. And then I think the other thing, maybe a little direction on, is do you want to add that crosswalk component? So that's another $50K. So that would bring us to $550,000 that we're going above that required amount.
It would be embarrassing for a kid to get hit crossing the street in front of a firehouse. Yeah, we need a crosswalk.
So, and we'll bring all this back together with the fire station project as well. But if that's the consensus, that's extremely helpful as we plan
What's the
going
difference
forward.
in price between the Hawk system and the solar blinking lights like we have out here?
Significantly different system. Those are about 13 to 15,000 versus 50 for the Hawks. RRFBs are not really designed for an arterial street where you're crossing where there's that much traffic, unless you have a pedestrian island in the middle of those lanes to add some level of protection. I'm really interested, I think it was a really good idea to see if we couldn't incorporate fire station lighting for the purposes of them entering and exiting and that kind of stuff, as well as the crosswalk system, if that's a direction that you're interested in.
We let it come out of that fire bucket.
6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's all going to come out of the general fund.
You heard him say it.
Does that box culvert width leave enough room to extend the sidewalk on the east side or on the south side of Crawford?
Yeah, that's about 100-foot right of way, so I have it extend, it's 50 foot currently, or, say it's 25, 50, 75 feet, so yeah, I had it extending 50 feet, but, we felt like that was gonna give us enough room. Since we really only need 2 lanes with maybe a bike trail, we felt like that was enough, so yeah, I think it gets us enough.
Okay.
All right, I
Anything else?
appreciate the discussion and the direction. This staff spent quite a bit of time identifying the different options and then staffing them through. So it helps us move this forward significantly.
Any other questions? We'll take a break and be back at 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. Call the January 22nd, 2024 meeting of the Salina City Commission to order. I would ask staff if confirmation of the Kansas Open Meetings Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have roll call?
Mayor Longbine,
Here?
Commissioner Davis,
Here?
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Ivy,
Here?
Commissioner Lankowitz.
Here.
Thank you. All who are willing and able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 3, awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the month of January 2024 as Stalking Awareness Month. Mary Cookson, DVAC Victim Advocate, will read the proclamation.
Ms.
Good
Cookson?
afternoon, Mayor Longbine. National Stalking Awareness Month Proclamation, January 2024. Whereas stalking is intentional harassment, a pattern of behavior directed at a specific person, causing that person to feel fear and endangerment for themselves or their family. The variation in stalking behavior ranges from hang-up phone calls or more direct threats towards a victim. The likelihood of injury increases when the stalking behavior escalates over time. Whereas under the laws of Salina County, Kansas, and all jurisdictions in the U.S., stalking is a crime. Whereas the majority of victims are stalked by someone they know, typically an ex-dating partner or acquaintance, and 3 in 4 women killed by an intimate partner had been stalked by that same intimate partner. Whereas the Kansas Bureau of Investigation reports that 176 protection from stalking orders were filed in Salina County in 2022. Whereas the statistics do not represent the true incidence and prevalence of stalking for multiple reasons, including not all victims report the crime to law enforcement, and stalking is a tactic of domestic violence and sexual abuse, so it may not be reported as the primary form of abuse and victimization, although the victim has experienced stalking along with other forms of abuse. Whereas many stalking victims are forced to protect themselves by relocating, changing their identities, changing jobs, and obtaining protection orders. Whereas many stalking victims lose time from work and experience serious psychological distress and lost productivity at a much higher rate than the normal general population. Whereas communities can better combat stalking by raising awareness, adopting multiple disciplinary responses by teams of local agencies and organizations, and by providing more and better victim services. And we're asking that you declare January as National Stalking Awareness Month for January 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Cookson. Do you have any activities for more
We are
awareness?
reaching out to schools and colleges to spread awareness, to let them know what stalking entails. That way, for example, just recently at Kansas Wesleyan, we did a per se activity with them, whereas they had a number of different things that were listed. For example, ask you for your work schedule, or calls your phone multiple times, or says that they love you very quickly. And they had to put them in categories, whether it displayed love, whether it was something creepy, or whether it was just flat out stalking. So they just took those characteristics and they had to really stop and think about it and what category it would potentially fit into. And then we'll also be reaching out at a women's conference in Ellsworth, which is one of the other areas that we cover, just to be able to help spread awareness there and let them know about the services that we provide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the work you do. I have a proclamation for you. Item 3.2.
Item 3.2, recognition of the month of January 2024 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Angela White, DVAC Sexual Assault Advocate, will read the proclamation.
Ms. White.
Good afternoon. National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month proclamation, January 2024. Whereas millions of men, women, and children are victims of human trafficking, which is the second largest and fastest growing criminal history in the world. Whereas human trafficking denies victims basic human dignity and freedom and is based on recruiting, harboring, and transporting people through use of force, fraud, and/or coercion for the purpose of sexual exploitation or forced labor. It is a crime that can take on many forms and tears at our social fabric, debases our humanity, and violates what we stand for as a country. Whereas traffickers frequently target victims and then use violence, threats, lies, false promises, debt bondage, or other forms of control and manipulation to force victims to work against their will or to keep victims involved in commercial sexual exploitation. Whereas the U.S. Justice Department has identified Kansas as an originating state for human trafficking, and most trafficking in Kansas involves local children. Whereas with improved victim identification, medical and social services, training for first responders, and increased public awareness, the victims who have suffered this cruel crime can overcome the bonds of modern slavery, receive protection and justice, and successfully reclaim their rightful independence. And whereas the Domestic Violence Association of Central Kansas is joining forces with victim service providers, criminal justice officials, and concerned citizens throughout Central Kansas and the United States to observe National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Together, we commit to a society where our sense of justice tells us that united we can eradicate this wrong and continue to fight for human dignity and the rights of every person. Now, therefore, the City of Salina Board of Commissioners hereby proclaims January 2024 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month and applauds the efforts of the many victim service providers, police officers, prosecutors, and applauds the efforts of many victim service, I already read that one, national and community organizations and private sector supporters for their efforts in opposing human trafficking in all of its forms.
Thank you.
Welcome.
You know, the film that came out last year, Sound of Freedom, really brought light to this issue. And
Yes.
I seen now it's on Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
And we watched it again, and it's a tough subject. So,
Yes, it is.
do you have any
Well, we've been, like
activities?
with Mary, we all work together, and we do go into the schools, the colleges to bring awareness. We're also, me personally, setting up bar campaigns to get into the bars, do training, of course, for the staff and everything, what to look for, and, to help to protect people, in that industry as well. So it's been busy.
Thank you. And I think the theme of the film was "Children Are Not for Sale."
Yes,
So, yeah, thank you for what you do.
you're welcome.
That will bring us to public hearings and items scheduled for a certain time. Item 4.1.
Item 4.1, public hearing for and approval of resolution number 24-8185, adopting the 2024 through 2029 Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, including designation of revitalization areas.
And Mr. Andrews' replacement. I can't think of your name, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my name's Spencer Aiken, and I am not Mr. Andrew, but I'm here today to present this on his behalf. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. So like I said, I'm here to present the first action item of tonight's agenda, which is approval of Resolution 24-8185, adopting the city's 2024 through 2029 Neighborhood Revitalization Plan. So I'll give a brief background on the program. In 1994, the Kansas legislature passed a law allowing local communities to designate neighborhood revitalization areas, which has certain incentives to encourage capital investment in areas where development is unlikely to occur due to physical deterioration and or other economic challenges. So the goal here is to, like I said, encourage development on properties that are physically deteriorated where development would typically be unlikely to occur, and also to encourage job creation. So the incentive method authorized by the state involves property tax rebates for all or a portion of the incremental increase in taxes paid due to a higher assessed valuation resulting from improvements made to eligible properties. So if you'd like to look at it a bit more in depth, the review criteria for this program can be found in Section 2A of the plan, page 21 of the plan, or 62 of your packet. Section 2D, which is page 26 of the plan and page 67 of the packet. Section 3, which is page 27 of the plan and 68 of your packet. And then also Section 4, which is page 29 of the plan and page 69 of your packet. So the city began this program in 1996, and they currently have interlocal agreements with Saline County, the Central Kansas Extension District Number 3, the Salina Airport Authority, the Public Library, and USD 305. So on October 23rd of last year, the City Commission approved a motion to direct staff to finalize the draft of the 2024-2029 Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, which includes the addition of the Agri-Center property located at 1097 West Old Highway 40 into map NRA Area B, to solicit the consent of the applicable taxing jurisdictions and to advertise for a public hearing to consider an update to the plan. So city staff met with the Salina Airport Authority, the Salina Library Board, and Central Kansas University Extension District Board in November, and all three endorsed the plan extension and the addition of the Agri-Center property. Then both Saline County and USD 305 did the same at their December meetings. So the city's program, it's a 5-year program, and the 2018 to 2023 plan expired December 31st. Then at the December 18th City Commission meeting last year, you approved Resolution 238179 to extend the program until today's date. So to summarize, staff has completed drafting the 2024-2029 Neighborhood Revitalization Plan and amended the boundaries to include the Agri-Center property at 1097 West Old Highway 40 per the City Commission's direction. And staff has met with all the taxing entities involved in the program for their consent on the renewal and the boundary change. And we got everyone's blessings. So with that, it's now appropriate to hold this public hearing as the final step in preparation for the city's commission's consideration to this updated plan. So with that, staff has identified the following options. You could approve this resolution adopting the 2024-2029 Neighborhood Revitalization Plan. You could postpone consideration of this matter for additional information, or you could decline to approve this resolution, which would not amend or renew the plan. Staff would recommend option number 1, and we are here for any questions, and I believe the Agri-Center applicants are here as well if you have any questions regarding that specifically. But
Thank you.
concludes that.
Any questions for Mr. Aiken? Would the applicant like to address the commission? Please come to the podium.
As of right now, no, but I just want to say thank you very much. So we're happy to
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, Lee File with Agri-Center, and I just want to say thank you very much, and we're happy to be a part of the community of Salina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move approval of resolution number 24 8185, adopting the 2024 to 2020, this is off, sorry. Move approval of Resolution 24-8185, adopting the 2024 to 2029 Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, including designation of revitalization areas.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8185, adopting the 2024-2029 Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, including designation of revitalization areas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. And that brings us to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of the meeting of January 8th, 2024. Item 5.2, approve resolution number 24-8184, appointing a member to the Salina Community Economic Development Organization. Item 5.3, authorize the city manager to execute a pipeline crossing agreement with Union Pacific Railroad Company for pipeline crossing of railroad property at milepost 495.75. And item 5.4, authorize the purchase of a Type 1 Osage ambulance remount on a new 2024 Ford F-550 4x4 chassis in the amount of $203,840 from Emergency Services Supply, the authorized Osage ambulance sales vendor for Kansas.
Thank you. Is there any item a commissioner would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Nope.
Mayor, I know we have another action item on the agenda later today as relates to public comment on consent. I think it's within your purview if you wish to apply that approach to this
Apply
consent.
that? You know, I thought about that, and
We didn't have a chance to talk about that, but I think that's within your purview.
okay. That is coming up on item 6.2 of, we discussed about public comment, citizen forum coming at the end of the meeting, and the public's ability to make comment on the consent agenda. So I will entertain any public comment on the consent agenda. Seeing none. So again, is there any item a commissioner would like to remove?
Mayor Longbine, I move that we approve consent agenda items 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4.
I'll second.
Motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0. Brings us to administration, item 6.1.
Item 6.1, approve resolution number 24-8183, amending and updating the City of Salina Personnel Manual.
Ms. Fisher.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Before you is a lengthy set of proposed revisions. I will not read all of those to you, but I did want to, at the very least, hit the high points of the changes that we are proposing, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions. So as part of the pay plan project, we did have conversations, focus groups on site from the pay plan consultant that had conversations with those groups that said, what do we need to be doing better? Where do we need to improve upon policies? And some of these conversations built from there that were then factored into these proposed changes, particularly callback scenario type pay, shift differential, being a broader application, increasing vacation, and then also the creation of standby pay. I will note that it is referenced as on-call pay, and then in the actual policy itself, we clarified that and called it standby pay just so there is a better representation of what it truly is. So I apologize that when we did some updates, it didn't get updated in both places, but I just wanted to provide that clarification that in the staff report itself, it's listed as on-call pay, and then towards the end of the staff report as well, but in the policy itself, it's the creation of standby pay. So those were the major areas, and there were a number of other updates that occurred, but I will just walk you through the substantive changes and then be happy to answer any questions specifically to those sections. Starting with probation, we were just after a more streamlined approach to be able to handle performance, as well as aligning at the police department's request specific their sworn law enforcement officers to align with when they are released from the field training program, because there is a difference in the amount of independence that's observed when we are able to hire experienced officers from other communities versus hiring someone, sending them to the academy, and then having them in a lengthier field training program. So to try to align with when the period of really assessing the performance, it makes more sense for management to align it that way, and instead of just the exact hire date, to again align their probationary period to end when they from the field training program. Compensation and benefits. We did look at shift differential pay, expanding this. Currently, in our personnel manual, shift differential is only awarded to police department employees. So we are looking at the application to not only increase the amount of shift differential, but to apply that across our organization. Jumping to vacation, some different changes that have happened here, but to categorize those, a look at front-loading the accruals, so half of the year being spotted for the employee when they start with us, and then from that 6-month later point forward to get the rest of their accruals for the course of the year, and those are accrued pay period as noted by the policy. Looking at providing more vacation time across the board and earlier into the tenure of the employees, providing a higher tier for the executive management roles, division heads, other exempt salaried individuals that don't receive overtime but that do take on the responsibility of supervision, and then also for those that have reached the maximum of the pay grades in the pay plan to be able to provide some vacation time in lieu of those merit increases, just as a form of an incentive and reward for their strong performance. Jumping down to the carryover, currently we do require annually that employees use 50% of their accrued for that particular year. I will say this is a management burden. It is very difficult to track. It is difficult for the employees to keep track of. And the proposal is just to remove that 50% element, to not remove the caps, to not change anything in terms of the buyback, but to just do away with that 50%. With the caps and the buyback, I think we still accomplish the same outcome, that there still is an incentive for employees to use vacation, but again, it takes away the management burden of that 50%. And then for some of our younger employees, I should say not younger, newer, less tenured employees, it does alleviate the concern of, depending upon how much time they have, if they have a trip planned to take their balance further down than what they wanted, if they're not required to take half of it every year, maybe they take limited amount of time off one year in anticipation of more time off the next, for example. Let's see here. Some of the other high points. I guess I will also add, in terms of that vacation, we took a look at a couple of different approaches and a couple of different methods to try to manage this, and then ended up scrapping those. Relied upon a survey that the the assistant city manager, Mr. Hennessy, put together by looking at some of our peer communities across the state, and then use that as a basis for the proposal that you do have in front of you. And that was included in the packet, kind of a colorful chart. Within the proposed updates, I also wanted to just note that we made changes to work regulations. Currently, we do require that employees provide us of any arrests, but we opted to expand that to include the duty to, in addition to the arrest of any NTAs or notices to appear, because we do see those being utilized by law enforcement more and more. And then also, in the event someone has a protection order placed against them, that we want the ability to assess that and then to look at that a little more in depth from a management and a liability standpoint potentially, but just to make sure that employees know that they need to report those to management. The resolution request and mediation process, it's not really changing the approach here, it's just moving it from paper to allow us to move it to a more streamlined electronic form type process. Hours of work and overtime, I'm now in Article 21. There was a section here just clarifying the city manager authority, and then also allowing that a process in the event departments or divisions are seeking approval for non-standard hours, anything basically other than a 8 to 5 Monday through Friday type schedule. Any of those substantial schedule changes or change in how employees are scheduled will be then a process for approval. And I guess, outcome there is that we want to increase flexibility where possible. We did add a section of breaks for nursing mothers. This is to be in compliance with the Pump Act of 2023. I will note that we made sure that our supervisors were doing these in areas where that needed to be done, but this was the first update to the policy since this went into play, so we wanted to make sure we had it in the personnel manual. I will say that along with this policy update, that the act requires that nursing mothers have reasonable times to be able to express breast milk and then have access to private room, those type of things. We have created a directory that will be made available to any of the nursing mothers that work for us to make sure that they know where that location is. We may run into some areas where we can't comply with this, but anywhere possible, we're going to do whatever we can to support those mothers in our workforce. I will also give kudos to the building authority because we do have a lactation room, and it's shared with the county in this building that the building authority worked with me and Marilyn Lamer, the Salina County Human Resources Director, to be able to make sure that we were in this building providing what is not only required, but a comfortable space for our working mothers. Overtime pay. Currently, the holiday hours do not calculate, along with any of other leave hours, do not calculate toward that overtime, those hours in any given week, and the proposal is to move holiday hours to be included. The best example I can give on that would be a week ago we had a Monday holiday, and unless someone worked beyond 4 10-hour days, the days following, they would not have any overtime for that particular week. In the event that we roll holiday hours into the computation for hours worked, someone in that work week that works a full-time schedule, typically Monday through Friday, would receive overtime anytime they would work beyond 32 hours in that given week, so really beyond their normal schedule. So hopefully that makes sense. Callback pay. We currently do have callback pay, and we have parameters, and it's defined, and we make sure that it's not being offered for things like working late or coming in early, but it is specifically being called back. So that's already part of our policies and procedures. But what we are proposing is changing those callbacks to be at the overtime rate. Currently, it depends, again, where that employee is on any given work week. if they've taken vacation or sick leave, chances are, regardless of, unless they are able to work callback beyond those leave hours, it would be at straight time. That was a lot of feedback from those focus groups that I mentioned earlier, that employees felt like we were falling behind in terms of competition and compensating people for the inconvenience of being called out. So that's, I just wanted to point out, that is what is changing there. It's the rate at which those callback times are compensated. As I mentioned, Section 8 of that same article, standby hours. This is a new approach, but it would be for those times, again, very specific circumstances. The departments would have it very much defined, so it wouldn't just be unmanaged, but when those individuals are placed to be on standby with a likelihood that they're going to be called in, some compensation for that inconvenience as well. Briefly on Article 22, the whistleblower protection was just a new section that we were missing from anywhere else in our manual. We are looking to increase tuition reimbursement from $1,500 to $2,500. The last increase that we had here was in 2008. And then an employee referral award to be able to provide an incentive for our employees to also help us with recruitment on employees that are successfully hired and performing. Discipline, just really some changes to clarify, nothing substantial there, and then just any of our timelines and some other minor changes in those other sections. A little bit about the process. These aren't just something that come from HR and the city manager looks at and we move it out. We actually make sure we have our employee council review, provide feedback, get feedback from their departments, bring those concerns back. Because of the amount of time and the number of proposals that we are presenting to you, this has happened probably in 3 or if not 4 different batches of reworking things, getting additional feedback, maybe finding something else that we decided we would go ahead and update. So this has been ongoing for several months, as well as including our executive staff, getting feedback there prior to bringing it back in this format for your review. I will say from a fiscal note, it is really hard for me to pinpoint exactly what this is going to cost. I have tried to develop based on history and some likely scenarios on what we think that would cost. But I don't have a specific dollar amount that I could say with certainty for each one of these items these would be associated with. Let's see, as far as vacation, we did, instead of a cost, we looked at additional hours. And I provided some information there as far as whether it was just the amended vacation versus that and the management tier adopted as well. So with that, I guess the only other thing that I will mention there too is any of those changes, particularly with the vacation accrual amounts, would not be any kind of retroactive approach. It would be from a point in the future and then applied then. The only area that I would say if all of these were approved or even some of them were approved would be for someone topped out, meaning they received the evaluation and they weren't eligible to receive the full merit increase because they were at the top of their pay grade. That would be the one section that I would say we would, for equity reasons, need to apply it retroactively. So if someone already had a merit increase this year, that we would apply that retroactively, like we would go back and take a look. But that would be the only one out of all of these that we would say we need to look back prior to whatever point in time that these are approved. And with that, I know that's a lot of information, a very brief synopsis of what those changes look like, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
I'd like to comment on the employee referral program. I'm happy to see that implemented. And I think I understand, but just wanted to clarify on the shift differential going up to $1.50 per hour. That applies across the board to firefighters and police as well?
So the firefighters, it would not apply to their 24-hour shifts, but in the event, let's say they had to do an EMS type transfer and they weren't working and it was outside of those hours, then it would.
I understand. Thank you.
No questions.
Well, I think a lot of this is good for recruitment and retention. And I think that callback pay, people are going to be more likely to answer the phone. And in
That's the
regards to Commissioner Linkowitz with the fire department, when they have a callback, would that be subject to overtime?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, in the event they're not on shift and they're called back, we would work with the department to make sure, but currently, and it does happen, currently, I can think of maybe within the last 2 months that there was an event where the firefighters were called back and it was a callback. I will say too, currently, and this is not a change that's being proposed, but any of those callbacks, we do say it's a minimum of 2 hours. It's 2 hours or the actual amount of work, but it does happen there.
And I guess I'm thinking of the utilities department guys getting called out in the middle of the night. Would that be considered a callback?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they frequently are called back, and I'm not equipped to tell you how many different times, but I would think that they have the record for the number of callbacks annually in our organization.
Yep. So, any further comment from city staff?
If I could, we've talked about being an employer of choice. I'm not going to tell you that these things necessarily make us an employer of choice, but I think it certainly moves us in the right direction. We as an organization are a 24/7, 365 operation across multiple platforms, and you're absolutely right. Callback pay certainly, hopefully, is a recognition for being called back, but our employees do a commendable job in terms of meeting the need, short-staffed or otherwise, and those needs arise all throughout the day and all throughout the year. So we're hopeful that this does help with, number one, kind of address some pain points of different things about our operations, make us competitive with the private sector, help us recruit and retain. So it's things that have been in the conversation for quite some time that we couldn't afford previously. And then the other thing I do want to acknowledge is there was a lot of effort and management administration put into thinking all this through and trying to develop what we've brought to you. Everything has many facets to it, and as we try to put these policies together, we're trying to see those things coming.
So what's our employee count right now?
As of today, I do not know. I know a little over a week ago, we were at 445, 446.
Okay. And we're budgeted for, is it 480?
Yes, including part-time, classified part-time, it's actually just over 500. But that is up. We are making a little bit of headway on our hiring numbers.
Yeah.
And I know we have a handful of employees that will be starting within the next couple of weeks.
Good. Hopefully this helps. So, is there any public comment?
Norman Mantle, Salina. Never heard anything about, I've worked in government. We got paid overtime after 8 hours. It's government-related business. 2, utility workers, you should get hazard duty pay. We did. So if you're going to do it, you might as well go all the way.
Any other comment? Bring it back to commission for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of resolution number 24-8183, adopting the proposed changes to the City of Salina Personnel Manual.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8183, adopting the proposed changes to the City of Salina Personnel Manual. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. That will bring us to item 6.2.
Item 6.2, approve resolution number 24-8186, amending and approving the City Commission Agenda General Order of Business and City Commission Meeting Public Participation Policy Document.
Thank you. Mr. Hennessy.
Commissioners, Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager. What this is basically involves two distinct house cleaning efforts onto the public participation policy. Currently, in our public participation policy, the way it is written, it assumes that the Citizens Forum would be coming before the consent agenda, and it establishes that if somebody requests a citizen requests removal item from the consent agenda, it requires a majority of the city commissioners to remove it. So what this does in the first part, modification of this, is it removes that requirement for a majority vote and does not assume, and it removes that Citizens Forum comes before the consent agenda. Under rules, Rule 4, the rules were adopted back in December. Under Rule 4, the mayor can, even currently, as we just did earlier in this meeting, can call for public comment at any time. So that was what was originally incorporated into the modification here. There was some interest in really, I hesitate to use the word codifying, but incorporating a distinct provision within our rules and procedures to allow for citizen comment. So I have drafted a new public participation policy that you have not gotten yet, but it does incorporate it explicitly identifies that citizens have the right to comment on the consent agenda. And it would still fall under our standard practice, which has been if any single commissioner desires to remove something from the consent agenda, you would still have that authority. It would no longer require a majority vote as it has in the past. Secondly, this also it clarifies there is some uncertainty in the past as to whether or not displays and images and posters were allowed. And what this modification does is makes it clear that a speaker can bring visual aids during their 3-minute time when they have to speak on a subject. However, it does need to be germane to the topic and related to that. And this just clarifies that that is allowed. It is not allowed within the public and generally when somebody else is speaking. However, when somebody is speaking, they can utilize visual aids, and it just essentially clarifies that. There is also one minor typo correction. If you look and squint very closely under the consent agenda at the very end, there's 2 periods. So we would like to remove 1 period so that there's only 1 period in there. Obviously a critical correction, but I'm going to blame that on my ongoing failing eyesight. If you could pull up the highlighted.
And while Sean's distributing that, I might call your attention to the draft that's in your packet. About 3 pages in. The top of the page starts with consent agenda, and then public hearings and regular agenda items. And the second paragraph of that has a sentence that starts in the case of a regular agenda item, and that narrative the rest of the way really kind of describes the public comment process. And so this edit inserts a public comment section right there and then also adds the consent agenda to that discussion. So I'll turn it back over to Sean, but with the exception of inserting consent agenda, everything under that public comment is already in the document that you've seen. It's just under the public hearings and regular agenda item heading, and we've tried to clarify that public comment applies to public hearings, regular agenda items, and consent agenda items. But I'll let Sean take it from there.
That kind of basically covers it. There's, in the original packet that you received, there was the two items of basically making the consent agenda conform to where it's located on the schedule, and then clarifying that visual aids are allowed by speakers so long as they're germane to the subject. And then the copy that you have before you with the late edition is this in front of you, and this essentially just adds what is highlighted in yellow to make it clear that citizens are allowed to comment on the consent agenda, and it basically incorporates it into the rules and procedures. And then the fourth item is the period, the extra period.
So, and just to clarify, this does not set up a mechanism whereby a citizen's comments during consent agenda take an item off of consent. They could comment, and then the discretion would remain with the governing body, just like you have historically been doing. Do you, as a commissioner, want to take anything off of consent for further discussion?
Would their comment be limited solely to why they want it removed, or would they be given 3 minutes to talk about the topic itself?
My expectation would be they could talk about the topic itself, and then we get into what's germane and what isn't. But I think the intention is have a public comment section for the consent agenda similar to public comment for any other agenda item. So it could either be, I see you have this topic on your agenda and here's my feedback, or it could go one step further and say, I think you should take it off the consent agenda, commissioners, and
that would
discuss
be
it further.
After the commissioners are asked if there's anything they wish to remove from the consent agenda?
I think that's probably a mechanical item for the mayor, but probably makes sense to hear the
reason
public
I asked,
comment.
right,
and then,
if a commissioner pulls it off anyway, then
but conversely,
the citizen would still have opportunity to speak.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I think it would work better to have public comment prior, and then the commission could consider those comments in addition to if they want to remove something.
And this does clear up, I believe, a bit of a dichotomy, because under the current formulation, if a citizen requests removal of an item, it requires a majority vote of the city commissioners, but yet a single city commissioner has always been able to remove it. So it's this just makes it clear that basically citizens are allowed to comment on the consent agenda, and it would be the same standard practice. Any city commissioner would be able to remove an item from the consent agenda.
Thank you. Any comments, questions further?
If this is approved, we need to refer to this as the amended
Yeah, as part of your motion, yes. If you could refer that to as amended or something to that effect, that should work.
Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for action.
Mayor, move approval of resolution number 24-8186 as amended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8186 as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And that brings us to item 6.3.
Item 6.3, announce the mayor's appointment of city commissioners to citizen boards and commissions.
Okay, we go through this each year on different boards and commissions that we serve on, and here are the appointments made for 2024. Commissioner Davis, Convention Tourism Committee. and the Housing Authority. Commissioner Hoppeck, Arts and Humanities Commission, and the Salina Community Economic Development Organization. Commissioner Ivy, Salina Saline County Building Authority Board and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Commissioner Linkowitz, Salina Saline County Building Authority Board, the North Central Kansas Regional Planning Commission, and the Salina Airport Authority. And myself, the Chamber of Commerce and the Library Board. So I hope everyone is ready to have a busy year serving on the different boards and commissions. And a lot of people think that this is our only meeting Mondays afternoons, but we are all involved in much more than is on the surface. So it is a true community service. So thank you all. So item developmental business, item 7.1.
Item 7.1, authorize city staff preparation of a special assessment engineering feasibility report for internal improvements serving the Overlook Estates Addition, and authorize staff to design, acquire needed easements, prepare cost estimates, and an engineering feasibility report, and construct an off-site water line extension serving the Overlook Estates Addition.
Ms. Driscoll.
Thank you. Dan lent me the laser pointer again, so ready for this.
Make sure he leaves that here.
Mayor, Commissioners, today we're going to be discussing Overlook Estates. Just as a reminder, throughout the development process, a parcel of property goes through a variety of things: zoning, preliminary and final platting, and then preparation of infrastructure design and plans, and then on to what we call the special assessment process, which is a two-step process. The first portion of that is the request and authorization to use special assessment financing and preparation of feasibility report. That second step, which is the approval of a benefit district petition and authorizing resolution for construction of streets and utility lines. In this process, zoning for Overlook Estates has been complete, preliminary and final platting has been complete, and then they have been working through the preparation of infrastructure and design plans leading up to where we are today, which is the step one of the special assessment process. We are today discussing the preparation of feasibility report for this project. In doing so, I'm going to just kind of remind everybody about this project a little bit more. Overlook Estates is now platted. It's the former remainder property of what was commonly known as the Veneer property. And yes, thank you, Jacob. This gives you a little bit of a vicinity map so you can see where that kind of plays into things. Overlook Estates LLC is seeking approval for special assessment financing for public improvements serving 11 platted building lots in the subdivision. In order to make this subdivision work, we need to have adequate fire flows for the proposed new homes. That includes 2 sources for fire flow and an off-site water line connection from the south end of Overlook Estates over to a 16-inch main on Markley Road. Those 2 pieces are kind of critical in this, and noting that we have the internal lots that need to be served, and then we have that exterior connection. So the project will involve construction of approximately 4,275 linear feet of water line that would extend out of Overlook Estates along the southern boundary of Great Life, Golf, and Fitness, and then turn south and run another 1,225 feet, and then turn back east to connect to the existing 16-inch line off of Markley. The primary reason for the alignment is to maximize area of those who could be served. So, when you're picking how this line will route, as staff, we can come up with half a dozen ways or probably even more. So in looking at this preliminary route, we worked through to find one that would serve the most people as property developed over time. The city engineer's estimate for completion of this project, including design, easement acquisition, and construction, is $1.5 million. In terms of project financial impact, Overlook Estates' projected share of this is 9.8% of the total project cost. A critical part of how we handle and look at special assessments is we have a series of questions that are asked of the applicant as we go through that process. We refer to those as the review factors. I'm going to go through these key review factors, not only those who are at home kind of wondering how this decision is derived, but also kind of highlighting some of the key decision points that are under those as we get through to your action today. Factor 1 is the capital cost of the proposed improvements to be financed with special assessments, along with the estimated life cycle of maintenance costs for improvements both internal and external to the subdivision, utilizing an estimated 30-year for street improvements and 50 years for utility improvements. So the petitioner's engineer has provided an opinion of cost of a little over $1.2 million for internal public improvements, with the developer and engineering expenses totaling $1.4 million. Those attached cost estimates were provided in the packet from Smoky Hill Construction. These estimates do not include the cost of off-site water line extension. So what we're talking about there is just doing that internal piece for the 11 lots. Factor 2 is to the extent in which the proposed project requires and anticipates expenditures for additional public improvements, particularly off-site improvements, which we've kind of just gone over this. This is definitely going to check this box, that they are not to be assessed against the improvement district, and that to the extent which the city and third parties have committed to funding such additional public improvements. So, development of Overlook Estates requires expenditures for an additional public improvement. We know that. An off-site water line, as we discussed, that needs to connect to Markley. Right now, as I mentioned, 9.8% of that cost would come from Overlook Estates, and 90.2% would come from the city at large. The city plans to cost recover our share from creating a benefit of the properties of the northwest corner of Markley Road, Magnolia Road, through the creation of a second benefit district using the 12-6-A-19 system. Because those properties are not within city limits and they would need to come into city limits as they develop, we would use that method. We have used this method for financing of kind of future development area improvements before. There's a large utility loop that's around Menards. Actually, we just saw that come to fruition this year with aeroplanes developing. They've paid those special assessments that were related to an improvement district using similar methods. They were not in the city. Those had to be annexed using 12-6-A-19s. We're seeing that as the property behind Menards and Salina Destinations is developing. That will have to pay those fees. So that method does work when we see future growth in an area. The number and estimated market prices are factor 3 for your consideration of the proposed developed lots of the subdivision. The question is, what do you plan, or what is the plan of the developer to market those lots at? Per the developer, the projected market prices of these lots would range from $160,000 to $510,000 per lot. And projected finished home prices in the applicant's petition submitted to staff was $750,000 to $7 million. Based on recent MLS data, there was one existing home on the market with $375,000 and above in the price range. Factor 4, the projected rate at which houses within the subdivision will be purchased or leased based on projected sale prices, lease rates, or comparable real estate market information. This information was not readily available to staff, but I do believe before concluding that the applicant is here in the room, and I think would probably be best to answer this question. Factor 5, for new and innovative housing products, to the degree which the petitioner can demonstrate that. Staff was not able to find any innovation in the housing product. That doesn't mean it's a bad product or the wrong product. It's just when we talk about innovative product, we're talking about, a different type of product that's on the market, right? Is it a tiny home? Is it a different type of quadplex or something unique like that that's not typical in our market? These are single-family homes, which we do have in our market. That is the only reason they're not innovative. The ratio of estimated average total special assessments against each of the lot in the subdivision to be estimated, average market price of the proposed as-developed lots within the subdivision is factor 6. The petitioner's contractor bid estimates the special assessments for the subdivision will be roughly $116,838 per lot. Lot prices, as I mentioned, are ranging from $160,000 to $510,000. And projected assessments will range from 73% to 1.6% of the as-developed lot price. The estimated average lot special assessments against each lot in the improvement district, as compared to 5-year averages of special assessments of other lots within the city, is factor 7. Staff, as I'm sure you can imagine, was not able to find many other projects that had similar special assessments. Post-COVID, we saw a significant rise in construction costs, and we have seen a dramatic increase in our specials. Typical lots are going for $43,430 per lot, I should say in specials, or $48,703 per lot in specials, but none are as significantly high as these. I think one of the things that the developer has expressed is these are very unique lots. There's only 11 of them, so in some of our other subdivisions where that cost gets spread out more, it's only among 11 lots. And these are intended to be very high-end homes. Factor 8 is the total special assessment burden against the property if subject to multiple improvement districts. So this 23.52 acre tract has 2 deferred special assessment improvements, one for South Marymount Road and the other for South Marymount Road water line. The petitioner's form of petition identifies the proposed benefit district as the 11 lots within Overlook. All of the lots will also be included in a future benefit district for that off-site water line. So they've got the 2 that they've got to cover that are older ones, plus if they create one, they'll have that off-site water line extension cost. Staff estimates Overlook Estates' proportional share of the cost of this new water line would be $147,000 or $13,363 per lot. Factor 9 is the proposed subdivision being reviewed to determine the extent to which property factors related to ownership, dimension, evaluation, development costs, physical characteristics inhibit the ability for that property to be developed. Basically, is there anything that's stopping it from being developed or certain portions of it that won't be able to be developed? Staff has not identified any major issues. We did talk, there is some slope issues on these properties, but it's nothing that can't be done with good engineering, smart architecture to make sure properties are able to sit, or structures are able to sit there. And frankly, some of those features are what make them very desirable lots for certain people. And we have assessed that all of them do have buildable space, meeting the minimum building space required by code. So it is buildable. 10 is talking about the proposed subdivision and its connectivity goals and how it connects to both roadway, transit, and bicycle and pedestrian amenities. Both the River Run Addition, Overlook Estates Addition, as they back up one against the other, has one public street access point onto Marymount Road and a secondary emergency access road onto the south end of Overlook Drive as it exists today. The emergency access road provides a second means of emergency access. As you'll notice in the plat, and I'm sure as you read through the packet, the Planning Commission spent quite a bit of time discussing this. As Overlook Drive gets redesigned, it's kind of common. People see that road and they don't realize that the plat's actually shifting that road, is shortening it up and realigning it. The emergency access road, it stays in relevantly the same area, but the shift of Overlook Drive actually shortens the distance of that emergency access drive, and per platting notes, it's required for them to build that road back up and reconstruct that to standards required by code. So that emergency access is there, it's been there, but it will actually become shorter and stronger as this project develops. Factor 11 is the proposed subdivision shall be reviewed for conformance with the following goals and policies of the housing study, looking at price points, looking at density, form, and innovation, and if the development requires or helps to deal with infill and building up the city. As I mentioned earlier on the innovative housing spectrum, this is kind of, it's really not meeting any of those. I mean, it's larger single-family homes. We need that product. When we looked at MLS and what's available out there, there aren't a lot like this. And I can tell you from doing a lot of our housing work, I wouldn't say every day, but I do know that this product is needed. How many of them? I don't think 11 is an outrageous number, but we do have doctors, executives, things like that that have been looking in the last couple of years for a different home product. And many of them have to go out to the county where there's more land available, bigger spaces to build more luxury homes. So this could be an option in our market when we look at where that fits in with goals. Reinvestment. The extent to which the proposed improvement district provides strong, positive incentives for housing and mixed-use investments in targeted revitalization areas, such as North Salina. This project does not apply to that. Factor 12, any requirements or considerations set forth in this policy are determined by the city to be in the public interest. It does meet that requirement. It is the off-site water line would better the public interest by providing new access points. And finally, the debt consideration components. Actually, I'm sorry, I skipped here. There's also a question on the application asking, based on data received from the MLS or realtors, how many other available types of lots do we have in the community? In the packet, we listed Magnolia Hills Addition, Phase 2 having 16 lots, Cedar Point Addition having 22, and so forth. So you can see from there what projects have what lots available. In the past, that's become a question, just seeing if this is putting too much into the market. Is there excess of a particular product? So that is for your consideration. From a financial component, as you're aware, special assessment financing involves the issuance of municipal bonds to finance the construction of eligible infrastructure items such as water, sewer, stormwater, and streets. This two-step process allows the developer to figure out and put before you their concept and idea before they then go forth and spend more money finalizing designs to bring that back to you. So the question really here is, do you think this project meets your intent, gets to what these review factors establish? The effect on the city's debt for this development, including off-site water line project, would be approximately 2% increase into the city's total net debt applicable to our debt limit. The city of Salina is currently at 36% of its debt limit, and this would raise it to 38% of our debt capacity. Staff would note that the city has Wheatland Valley Phase 1 and 2, Cedar Point, Cedar Ridge Phase 2, Magnolia Hills Estate Number 2, Phase 2, Lakeview Estates Addition Number 2, Phase 1, and Stone Lake Addition Phase 3C that have not had final costs levied, which would add to this total debt amount. So with that, lots of data and information, you have two things that are being asked of you today. Your first decision is authorizing staff to prepare the engineering feasibility report and resolution of advisability for Overlook Estates, which includes the 11 lots for future consideration by you. The second item is authorizing staff to initiate design, easement acquisition, and preparation of cost estimates and an engineering feasibility report for the off-site water line extension. With that, I will happily stand for questions, and as I mentioned, I believe the applicant or developers of Overlook are here for questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Driscoll?
Did the staff score this in any way as far as meeting the intent of our policy? I mean, when you
This
look at
doesn't
the-
have a scoring matrix like our housing incentive program does. When the two-step process was created, one of the things that the commission identified they wanted, and City Manager Scragg, if you want to please add to this, but what the commission was looking for, I think Commissioner Davis, was some background and information to make that decision of, was this product going to be viable? Was it in the public's interest? And would the investment in that infrastructure pay off?
Yeah, I'd say that's an accurate description, and the innovative criteria is probably the best example of that. Not necessarily a requirement, a pass-fail, nor a score, just a talking point that was identified when that policy was developed of these are the things that the data that we'd like staff to pull together as part of a staff report. Ultimately, this is a resolution of advisability, and what kind of started all that conversation was how do you as a governing body what do you look at to determine whether something's advisable? But there's no scoring rubric, there's no pass-fail aspect to it.
Right. Yeah, and I guess I wasn't expecting, I'm sorry, I keep turning this off. I wasn't expecting a hard score, but if there are 12 items, there becomes a sense where, okay, well, this is consistently in the green zone, it's not applicable, or in the red. And, devil's advocate to say, okay, 11 lots are going to raise our percentage of our debt limit by 2%. I don't know the rate at which our percentage has been going up. I don't know if that's a ready number off the top of your head or not, but.
It isn't. Debbie Pack may be here and may be able to speak to it. The thing that occurred to me is Ms. Driscoll is reporting is what we don't report is the debt that's going off of our debt schedule. So, I don't think we're drastically increasing as a percentage year over year, or looking back over an extended amount of time.
Well, and that 2% does include that offsite water line. So, we're doing this in. It's almost like a completely separate public works project that starts to open up development in this certain area, plus we're doing the internal piece of this subdivision.
Yeah.
What was our pressure for doing the water line without this project?
One, they need it.
Well,
but two,
there's actually an agreement that was entered into, and I don't recall the date. It predates my time with the city, so prior to 2005, we entered into an agreement that said when we would extend that water line. So we made a commitment to make that extension quite some time ago. Martha's leaning forward like she knows the answer to that. So I've now referenced two staff people that are lining up at the podium to try to help.
Debbie Pack, Director of Finance, getting back to your number. That number, 36%, is fairly low for us. That's a downward trend for us because of the debt we've paid off. It has hovered around 40% in probably the last 5 or 6 years. So that's a number going down. However, we do have a lot of them going on. So to take those in a cumulative fashion, we don't know what that number is yet. So, but it's only 42% of what we're allowed to finance. So it's not like at 90% or anything like that.
Yeah, and a couple of other things that I know we've talked about as staff on a governing body previously is part of this assessment, I think, is what's the risk of default. If back to one of your questions about how does this compare in the green zone compared to others, this most definitely is higher dollar value per lot of special assessment. So I think one of the factors for your consideration is the likelihood of that payment. There is a financial security requirement that goes with it. So depending on the form of the security, whether it's a letter of credit or cash, it varies from 20 to 35%. So the presumption is that security would be the first resort to make any payment if specials were not paid on the lots in Overlook. And then secondly, if they remain unpaid, it becomes a lien against the property and it can sell at tax foreclosure sale. So not necessarily a guarantee that default amount and any other back taxes get covered by the sale, but then the new buyer is responsible for the remaining special assessments going forward. So one of the conversations we've had more broadly, not necessarily as it relates to Overlook and high dollar lots, is just the likelihood that the market will absorb those lots. If someone's not paying the specials and it goes to tax foreclosure, it's likely they'll get bought and the responsibility get assumed by someone else. Having said that, Martha, do you recall the date of the agreement for the water line extension?
It was in 2003.
Okay.
And virtually it was to provide fire protection to the original River Trail
River
addition.
Run.
River Run addition, because it was a dead-end line with fairly large homes constructed there. And the fire flow or the water flow at that point was less than 1,000 gallons per minute, which falls below our standards for that area. So it was required at that time to build a second line in, and there was two options at that time. One went straight east from the southeast corner of this new Overlook Addition to Markley, and the other went south to Magnolia Road. And what you're seeing this time is the third version, which we come up with, which looks like you could serve the entire property, but we would flesh that out as we do the feasibility report and look into it. But I think Lauren mentioned there's multiple options for the location of the line, so there's 3 that's been evaluated over time.
And to run those water lines from Markley to this area, it'll run across some other land owned by other individuals. Have we received easements from them for that yet, or where do we stand on getting authorization to run those lines?
No, we haven't. As it mentioned, we still have to acquire those easements. One easement's proposed to be on the Great Life Golf Course, and the other would be on the Brose property. And the Brose property, we did receive easements from them for the Markley Magnolia sewer. So we have worked with them in the past on easements. So we're trying to reduce the number of property owners to deal with, but I think we'd be looking at 2.
Thank you.
Questions? What's the term of the bonds going to be? As big a project as this is it 25 years or 20?
20.
20? Okay.
Debbie, finance director in the back, says 20.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's the maximum term we can go, correct?
Yes.
Now it's 20. It used to be 15, and that got extended to 20.
15 was our
We recently
policy.
extended that to
Was our
20,
policy.
the maximum is 20 years for special assessments.
Yeah, just dividing it up between 11, it's going to be a large bill. So. Okay. Would any of the developers present like to comment?
Well, while they're coming up, one other clarification. The payment on those lots is due at the time the improvements are in and the assessments are levied. So whether the lot remains vacant or not, the owner of the lots within Overlook are responsible for the annual special assessments from day one.
Mr. Lee.
Good evening. My name is Derek Lee. I'm one of the developers for Overlook Estates. And a couple items to bring up on this.
Lance Cochran, I'm with you with emotional support.
So it is a large number. If you look and you say, wow, $130,000 on average for specials. But you have to realize we're selling over 1 million square feet of land on 11 lots. So if you look in River Run, what was called Phase 1, the average lot there was just over 20,000 square feet. Our average lot is 93,000 square feet. So we have a much, much larger lot. If you look at Cedar Point, it's a development nearby, recently had specials. There is a lot for sale there. It's 12,000 square feet, and it carries over $50,000 in specials, or about $4.50 a square foot. Ours will be $1.39 a square foot for specials. Also, to make sure the lots sell quickly, because we do understand as developers we are on the hook for the specials, we want to make sure that the lots sell quickly. And of course, in River Run, those western view lots, those slope lots, of course, they were the quickest to sell. Our smallest lot is over 1 acre. Our largest lot is over 5 acres, and our prices go from $1.75 to $3.50 a square foot. I'd mentioned that in the last 10 years in River Run, even the smaller internal lots without the view sold for over $5 a square foot. So we're coming to market with a product, yes, it's a high-end, extraordinary product, but in a cost per square foot of the lots, roughly half of what they've sold for in the past, even 20 years ago. The lots that had a view out that were the first to sell sold between $4 and $4.50 a square foot. And we're going to be between $1.75 and $3.50. So we do believe we have a product that will sell quickly. There is certainly a demand for it. We have a list of 6 people very, very interested. We have 1 lot pre-sold. It is the most expensive lot. I can tell you that on the estimate for house pricing, what those customers are choosing to build is at the high end of that. So we're looking at significant expenditure in the town, also significant property tax. And if you look at the property tax basis in the packet, anywhere from 18, I think, to $27 million, you're $250,000 to $400,000 a year in property tax. And that's significant, but it is a product that we've heard from the Chamber of Commerce, from Salina Regional Health Center, from multiple brokers and realtors. This product's been missing. Since those lots sold, there are not vantage point lots in this town to build a home like this, and that's why so many have been built in the country. So we do believe the product is viable. We believe we're going to market at a price point where it will sell very quickly, and we're anxious to not be on the hook for the special assessment taxes as much as anybody. So we're motivated sellers, and we certainly have the resources set aside to cover those until they pass on to the next person that will be as well. But be happy to stand for any questions that you have on the project.
Questions?
No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
This all gets built, can we visit?
Absolutely. It's going to be really incredible. There's really some neat stuff going on behind the scenes as far as homes that are being planned already, and it's going to be a really neat addition to Salina. Something special.
Mr. Cochran, do you have anything for us? I have one quick question.
Sure.
Looking on the map, the area down below by the river, they call it the meadow. Will there still be access to get down there once these are filled
Absolutely.
in?
That was part of the agreement. There was a joint agreement through River Run and with the new.
Okay.
They'll co-own it and they'll work together, and there'll still be a pathway down there.
Yep. Equal access. In fact, part of what we're building is a wider path with direct access for maintenance vehicles to get down versus what they have now, and of course a walkway that connects everything. So River Run and Overlook Estates will all have equal access. They will all share equally, proportionately in any of the maintenance costs there.
So when we talk about access, we're talking about residents of the
We're
2
talking about
subdivisions.
residents of the 2 developments, yes, sir.
Which is it is now, so.
Sure, I just want to clarify for anyone listening at home, we're not necessarily, that's not a park
not a public
for
area.
public
No, it's
access.
Okay, and when we heard this previously, one of the concerns was construction activity in and out of River Run. So will you be using the emergency access
As much as possible.
as much as possible to?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a public street. I mean, I understand that they're gonna try to be as, cognizant of that as possible, but there are, people will be driving on streets,
Right.
yes. Public streets, to get in there.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any public comment? Bring it back to the Commission for Action. This is kind of something we don't have here, as they said, and
Mayor Longbine, I move we authorize staff to prepare an engineering feasibility report and resolution of advisability for Overlook Estates Addition for future consideration by the City Commission as requested.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to authorize staff to prepare an engineering feasibility report and resolution of advisability for Overlook Estates Addition, 11 lots, for future consideration by the City Commission as requested. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Mayor Longbine, I also move that we authorize staff to initiate design, easement acquisition, and preparation of cost estimates and an engineering feasibility report for the off-site water line extension.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to authorize staff to initiate design, easement acquisition, and preparation of cost estimates and an engineering feasibility report for the off-site water line extension. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. That brings us to other business. Any commissioner have an item they'd like to bring up?
I mentioned the firefighters had a promotion ceremony and the police department had a promotion ceremony as well. I attended both of those and they're both really good. We have a lot of good employees here on the fire and police side.
Thank you. I attended as well, and it's something we need to continue to recognize our employees, that they are our most valuable asset, and especially those in harm's way, the fire and police. So I commend the chiefs for making an effort to recognize those deserving individuals.
I'm sorry, and I may have missed it in the email, and I apologize if I did. Has the date for our strategic planning session been set yet?
We've got 3 dates.
I think we had 4 counting the.
Well, yes, you're right. So we're doing a tour the 30th of January. We're doing orientation the 14th of February. We're having a financial discussion on the 20th of February, and then strategic planning on the 28th of February. And we'll be sending out announcements about all those to the public. But
The
we can
first
get you
3, I think I couldn't remember the exact dates, but I wasn't sure if the strategic planning was included in that collection, so it was.
Yes. Yep.
28.
There's 4 dates altogether. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Before we get to citizens forum, I have a pretty good idea of what's coming, and I would just like to state where I'm at in terms of the animal shelter and the breed-specific legislation, that our shelter is full of dogs that are not adoptable. And any way you look at it, we have no plan going forward, and it's not sustainable to just hold these dogs forever. So I think as a commission, this is something we need to take on this year, sooner rather than later. Since I have been on the commission, I've felt there is not support from the commission to make changes, nor is there support from the public. But I just hold that what's happening now is just not sustainable, and we need to come up with something. So with that, we will go to citizens forum, chance for citizens to comment on an item not on the agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes and state your name.
Michelle, and I'm from Minneapolis.
Michelle who?
Timpson.
Thank you.
Made me say that. Okay, so yes, I'm here to speak on the ban. I believe that the city of Salina needs to repeal the current breed ban. It carries too much potential for arbitrary or improper enforcement, inaccurate breed identification by ACOs, and difficulty enforcing the ban against mixed breeds. You're probably wondering what experience I would have to speak on this topic. I have owned dogs my entire life, along with raising and showing dogs in the AKC. I turned to rescuing dogs about 30 years ago. I have personally fostered, rescued about 50+ dogs in that time. I retired from nursing after 30 years and opened a dog grooming business because I know dogs. Breed-specific laws cost the taxpayers a lot of money for additional animal control officers, vetting, shelter fees, DNA testing, court costs, etc. You guys know more about the court costs and stuff. Another flaw is that the dogs are being judged on their looks. There are a minimum of 20 dog breeds that possess the physical traits of pit bulls, which takes me to the power of the breeds. I have researched the myths surrounding the pit bulls. They do not have a locking jaw. They are not inherently born aggressive. Powerful breeds are measured by the PSI of their bite force, which is pressure per square inch, which I know most of you guys know. The Dutch Shepherd, 224. The American Pit Bull, 235. The Australian Shepherd, for Mayor Longbine, is 238. The Rottweiler is 328. A Wolf Dog is 400. A Mastiff is 556. A Cane Corso is 700. And a Kangal Anatolian is 743. So the Pit Bull is obviously in the lower end. Any dog can be a dangerous dog, so why are dogs aggressive? Dogs are not inherently born to be aggressive. It comes down to the owners and how the dog is raised, with socialization, proper care, exercise, and stimulation. I own the most powerful breed on the list, and I know the importance of being a responsible owner, or I could potentially have a very dangerous dog. The ban does not address the issue of responsible ownership. Dog ownership is a responsibility. Owners should be held accountable in the judicial system for the actions of their dogs, not the other way around. Only then will we see owners committed to providing the proper training, care, socialization, and supervision that every dog requires, especially regardless of the breed. If a dog, any breed, is not properly socialized, is abused, chained up, or held in a fenced yard or a kennel, the shelter, for an extended amount of time can become a dangerous dog. I have recently found another pit bull that has been dumped in Ottawa County close to my home this last week, and we are currently trying to capture him. This makes 2 pit bulls within a year and a half that I have seen dumped. So how many more are out there that have been disregarded like trash outside of the county? These are living, breathing creatures, and the ban is forcing people to take extreme measures and are suffering. The dogs are paying the ultimate sacrifice for a few irresponsible owners. Monique Hawley, the director of animal services, stated herself, "The pits on the court hold are nice dogs, so why are we holding them in kennels for months? The shelter doesn't even have the resources to conduct a proper evaluation or temperament test on the dogs they're holding. They need to have a temperament test for a rescue to even offer to take the dogs."
10 seconds, ma'am.
Huh?
10 seconds, your time's up.
Okay. Taking dogs, almost done. Taking dogs from a stable, loving home and holding them for months in a kennel is just cruel and unusual punishment. Please consider repealing the breed ban. Thank you.
Deborah Corrales. Our ban went into effect in 2004. In 2008, Willington and Edwardsville, Kansas repealed their bans. Many have followed suit: Kansas City, Junction City, Overland Park, and Abilene. More recently, Ulysses, Augusta, and Pretty Prairie. 21 states have banned BSL, and 4 states have taken it a step further. It is now illegal for insurance companies in Pennsylvania, New York, Michigan, and Nevada to discriminate against homeowners' dogs based on breed. The dogs that we are keeping in our shelter are there because of their appearance, and they've done nothing wrong. They're paying the undeserved price based on the actions of other dogs. Nikki, for example, picked up July 9th, 2022, and after being incarcerated for 9 months, she was euthanized on April 17th, 2023. And how about 7-year-old Bugs, picked up August 9th, 2022, and incarcerated for 10 months and then euthanized? 2-year-old Lilo, taken from Tanya, a legally blind woman, on 9/10/22, held 10 months, euthanized on July 6, 2023, because she wasn't placeable. She was already in a loving home and had done nothing wrong. It is time to stop putting deeds of other dogs on the lives of good dogs based on their appearance. Thank you.
Gentlemen. All right, boom. Richard Albert Humphrey II, 315 South Ohio. This document states that participation is the cornerstone of our democracy. I disagree. Previous statement holds no value. My aim to share with the mayor and council my coin format for all people on any side to use as they build their best arguments moving forward. Thanks to my out-of-state tuition debts with Cabrillo College, who I owe great thanks to, their communications department, and Nick Rao's engagement with political science. Junior college taught me it's our duty not to let the uninformed walk into the fire. To soften the landing, please fill in the upcoming template blanks with your imagination with pairing senior dogs to senior citizens. Our now unbetrayed rhetoric template known as klepto. Outside these walls, associated with stealing. Inside these rooms, litigation, appropriating. Know the indifferences. I've aligned the common acronyms of persuasion, logos, ethos, and pathos with additions to the art of the argument for those who do or do not commit to our fair engagement. The format, guide, terminology of klepto, reminder, pairing senior dogs to senior citizens. K is for Kairos, addressing the timeliness and condition of one's argument. This is the force of reckoning. In these rooms, timeliness sets the mood. L is for logos. Rationally sound, logistically structured. Ethos, character disposition, credibility. P is for pathos, emotional appeal, the creativity within. T is for telos, the conclusion or understanding of the goal. O is for the opposition, knowing the enemy's counter-argument and language. This format is flawed and fallacies are everywhere. Wrinkles naturally iron their way out as it evolves. The conclusion, due to time, attitudes affect what we do. Council, I'm having difficulties defending our decisions while helping the people and myself build ethical and concise arguments. I hope this format freely helps and strengthens future engagements with the council and citizens. I will be defending the choices that are made in these rooms because citizens' participation is the cornerstone of our democracy. Thank you for allowing me to be of service. I'll be seeing you in 2 weeks. Please let the Animal Control Committee be aware of my scheme and someone else's dream to pair senior dogs to our senior citizens. May Klepto guide some dreams. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Rose Bass, and I am here to speak on behalf of the pit bull ban. I really think it's time that it gets repealed. Our animal shelter is in a dire crisis. It has been for some time now. I know there's been talk about building extra kennels and everything, but that isn't the answer. Holding these dogs, they're just, it's just not the answer. We need to get these animals out of the shelter and treat them on a case-by-case basis. And it's kind of like I back what Deb said. A lot of cities are following pursuit in this. It's just not the way to go and handle these cases. It needs to be handled on a case-by-case basis, whether it's an aggressive Rottweiler or a aggressive Maltese. You never know, I just feel like we're getting nowhere. And these animals are held for months and months, day in and day out, and they only see the kennel attendant. They're not available to the public because they're court-hold dogs, and they just get, they're just locked up. And it's sometimes in a smaller kennel, not even a 4x8 kennel. So, it's time that we move on, and like I said, let's try and look at it and address it on a case-by-case basis. And there are pits in town. We all know that there are pits in town. I've spoke to a veterinarian recently, not my veterinarian, but I was in their office and I was visiting with them, and he said, Rose, we have them. They're here. He said, you might as well go ahead and permit them, So, I'm asking you to please relook at things, maybe do some more homework. I know you guys are busy enough as it is, but, I'm really pleading because holding those dogs, our court systems are so backed up. Even on just regular court cases, we know how backed up they are. So, and animal shelter stuff's at the bottom of the barrel. It has been for some time. So please really think about this and see what we can do, and we'll go from here. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Laura Curry. I live here in Salina. I'm going to read a portion of an email that I sent to you previously, just to get it on the record, and then have several other comments to follow up these with these women. So this month we've celebrated Martin Luther King Day and his efforts to bring equality in our great nation. And it's important to remember the work of Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement in advancing equality among all of God's creatures. And while I would never suggest that the issue of breed-specific legislation of dogs is the same as racial discrimination of humans, I would say that the conceptual message is similar. In his famous speech, Martin Luther King stated, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." We have made great strides forward in these efforts, but we cause confusion when on one hand we teach our children not to judge people by what they look like, but it is how we're supposed to judge how we look at other animals. The conceptual inconsistency is confusing and only holds us back in continuing to move forward with regard to equality among God's creation. I urge the city commissioners to consider the message that is sent to our children, our community, and those outside of our community when we say that we believe a dog should be banned simply because of its appearance. I urge you to overturn this ban, we've seen so many dogs get abandoned out in the county because somebody finds a dog and the shelter won't take it, or people find a dog and then they take it into their home because they don't want to see it suffer, and suddenly they own an illegal dog that, and you know, rather than these animals perhaps not getting the training or veterinary care or other things because people are afraid of them knowing, of somebody knowing that they own this illegal dog, you know, just have, you know, making sure that they're required to be registered and focusing on owners, because that is where, you know, as the other women have shared, it's not the dog themselves, it's about the owners. So I just urge you to really reconsider. Thank you.
Norman Reynolds, Salina. I'm going to go back to 3.2, the slavery issue. This all started in 1493. White Christian supremacy. It goes back to 1492, not the year Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue, but the year he returned to a hero's welcome in Spain, bringing with him nearly a dozen captive indigenous people. The white Christians, they are anti-immigrant sentiment, they're anti-Semitism, they're anti-LGBT, and all other issues. So it's about white supremacy, religious views. They want to control the world. They want a one-race nation. So it's going to take a big time. And I've told these young ladies about the dogs. See what they're doing out in Wyoming with the similar issue. But it isn't dogs, it's horses. They're providing space for them. You're going to have to pony up the money. Oh, are you going to make an exemption for the, where is it? The Equifest issue? Are you going to give them an exemption so they don't have to, horses don't have to wear a diaper? Because they don't know about this. You're going to have to. I don't know what else you can do about it. Unless you give them an exemption, you got troubles, but you need to read this. Time, October 23, The View. Look up the Freedom from Religion Foundation. And Mayor, you're on the board. There's issues over there that you're going to address. And if you find these issues,
anyone else? Okay, we have 2 executive sessions.
How long for the first one? 45. Okay.
We want to take a little break before we go in?
Yes.
About 3 minutes. We'll be back in here at about 6:30. How's that sound, guys? I move the City Commission recess in executive session for 45 minutes, following a 3-minute break to discuss the potential acquisition of specific real estate, the identification of which would be contrary to the public interest based upon the need for the preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property pursuant to KSA 75-4319 B6. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:30.
I'll second that.
Do we have a motion? Do I have to read the whole thing?
I'll defer to the city legal counsel on that.
No, Mayor, you do not have to read it again.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 45 minutes after a 3-minute break, and we will resume in this room at 6:30.
So need to note, in addition to yourselves, those in attendance will include myself as city manager, Greg Bankson, city legal counsel, Jacob Wood, deputy city manager, Sean Hennessy, assistant city manager, Jim Teutsch, public works director, and Lauren Driscoll, director of development services.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We will be back here at 6:30. Okay, we are back in session, and we are going to require additional time.
Okay, Mayor Longbein, I move that the City Commission recess into executive session for 25 minutes to discuss the potential acquisition of specific real estate, the identification of which would be contrary to public interest based upon the need for the preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property pursuant to KSA 75-4319B6. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:55.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 25 minutes, and the open meeting will resume in this room at 6:55. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Commission, just to reiterate what I said on the last one, additional attendees above and beyond you as the governing body will include myself as the city manager, Greg Bankson, legal counsel, Jacob Wood, deputy city manager, Sean Hennessy, assistant city manager, Jim Teutsch, public works director, and Lauren Driscoll, Oh, she doesn't want to attend this next one, so we'll leave Lauren out and we'll pick her up on the third one.
Okay, we are back in session, and we have a second request for a executive session.
Okay, Mayor Longbine, I move the City Commission recess an executive session for 30 minutes to discuss with legal counsel the subject of confidential legal considerations relating to points of negotiation with Salina Destination Development, LLC, regarding Phase 2 of the city's multifamily housing project based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body for which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:27.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 30 minutes with the meeting resuming at 7:27. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Legal counsel, Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood, Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy, and Director of Community Development Services Lauren Driscoll. Yep, that's it.
Okay.